and welcome! Welcome to Duckling Open number 128. We are here for our monthly Diamond and Below tournament, and we are already loading into the first of our maps, the first of our series. With someone we already know, and someone not quite as much. So let us welcome our players here. It is, in the top right corner of Crimson Court, representing Ping Pong Exports. It's Ibiri. And across the map we have their opponent. It is the Protoss player, the yellow Protoss. I'm not quite sure from where or what is it. Oh, actually, does it say on the decal? I think it's Insane Master Killers? Question mark? It is Nox. So yeah, welcome to once again our monthly Diamond and Below tournament. It's one of the two of our amateur tournaments. Again, this is one is for diamonds, so diamonds, platinums, golds, everyone is welcome. Of course, you need to have the required games because the game requirement is there to confirm the level essentially, because obviously like game adjusts your MMR over time. Yeah, as long as you have the games and you have the rank, you are able to play. I should probably introduce myself, huh? Yes, so I am Kuro. I'm the co-founder of CranKy Ducklings, and normally you can hear Light casting over here on this channel, but for the amateur tournaments I am the one on the channel, on the screen, on the stream, while Light takes the role of the admin today. So you can definitely see him in the chat. And yeah. Two of our plays started pretty much standard, nothing too aggressive from either side, it doesn't seem like it. But was even going for an expansion. I mean, he was scouting Ibiri pretty well, so he knew that there's nothing out of ordinary coming. Oh, interestingly, Nox actually chooses to go for a Zealot anyway. Even though he didn't see too many Zerglings from Ibiri, like 4 Zerglings is nothing out of ordinary, like usually you go for 6 actually. Yeah, and the Zealot is used to close that wall. Interesting wall, by the way. I'm not sure. I think it's correct. Like, I'm looking at how this pylon is kinda in the way, but I think it's still okay. Ooh, cancelling the second gateway actually for a robo. That's a very interesting choice from our Protoss player. We do have a gateway in the main base though, so there will still be 2 gates. 3 gates actually. But yeah, interesting to put that robo in the front instead. At the same time, Ibiri is taking that rich gas base in the front. I see Nikachu in the chat. Nikachu, there's nothing to be afraid of. I mean, we're all learning here. I mean, hey, my highest rank is Platinum. Just want to point that out. I never reached higher than Platinum. So, you know, we're all noobs here. Meanwhile, we have this beautiful gateway flower kind of thingy. That is a lot of gates. We have 8 just in this base, 9 on the front. So 9 gateways, 1 robo, 1 pylon powering all of this. I mean, granted, it's pretty well fortified by all of these gateways, but it's a very interesting opener there from Nox. And we'll see if Ibiri will be ready for it. Ibiri is currently working on Lair, getting roaches, but only started producing those, so we'll see if that will be enough. That said, I mean, Nox doesn't have a lot of units yet. I say yet because, of course, like with that warp piece, he will be able to warp in quite a lot of them. Okay, now important thing to keep in mind. Oh, I didn't know I could click it. First thing to keep in mind, there is no Twilight Council, so all of these zealots, those are chargeless zealots, those are slow lots. So this will be just like slow lots, zealot immortal attack. Zealot 1 immortal. Very interesting idea there from Nox. I mean, again, we have some roaches on the other side. We'll see how that goes. These zealots, once again, don't have charge, so they cannot quite close the distance with the roaches. That said, there will be a lot of them. We have 2 immortals now, the second one joined in. We have some stalkers as well. Let's see how it goes. As Nox is moving up the ramp, but Ibiri is there to respond. The creep spread is pretty decent, so Ibiri is aware of what's going on. Also had that overload there for vision as well that was since snipe. Nox is trying to rotate, but Ibiri is chasing this army. And yeah, looks like Ibiri may be actually chasing him all the way back to his base. Still more gateway units being ordered in, adding in some sentries, adding more stalkers. There's another immortal. As it just finished, still no charge for the zealots, still no Twilight Council. We're just going straight for the brute force. And now the zealots are pouring into the roaches. There is one force field, but it doesn't split the army, and most of the sentries are being sniped. The roaches are moving forward. They are dealing with the zealots, but the zealots did close in the distance. There's another wave of warpins. Yeah, Ibiri needs to kite this if Ibiri doesn't want to be overwhelmed by the zealots, because I mean, they don't have charge, but once they're already on your army, it doesn't really matter. And actually the numbers are not looking so strong for Ibiri anymore, but he's setting up and surround and going forward against this army of the Protoss. There are 3 immortals in this army though. Ibiri is trying to focus the strongest units down, trying to deal with the zealots on the way, but yeah, the zealots are now being decimated and one of the immortals is already damaged. Again, it looks like Ibiri will take this engagement. Actually, the immortals are left behind and all 3 of them looks like will be going down. This Orbis did not save them, and another immortal walks straight into the army of the Zerg. A bit of a missed rally points over there. Ooh, the Warpist goes down to the Biles, and with that GG is called. Ibiri will be taking game number 1. GG is called, and yeah, very nicely played by Ibiri. Again, like I will say that every time I'm casting this tournament, vision is very important. Like Ibiri didn't know what was going on in the base of Nox. It wasn't quite able to scout, but Ibiri did have like the overloads on the map, did have the creep spread, so was able to react to the army as it was rotating around their bases. So hello to everybody in the chat. As a reminder, this stream is available both on Twitch and YouTube, if you prefer one or the other. See, we have quite a few people in the chat, quite a few regulars. We have Psychons, we have Nikachu, we have This is Demo, also known as No Clone. We have Captain Fish, one of our competitors in this tournament. We have Stan. Okay. Once again, Korea not good at multitasking. I have to make lobbies, I stop talking. And we're getting our second game ready. The map has already been chosen. And as soon as we have lobby working, we will be jumping in. So we might be having a lobby back. No, which happens. Hi Kura, and don't lie, I saw you stream on your GM account as shit. You know what? I will say, okay, I am GM in StarCraft. Okay, we'll stick to that. I am GM in Archon. I do have the rank of GM in Archon mode, and that's purely because I was playing with Light, and Light is just too good, you know? And also there's not that much a competition on the Archon ladder. But we do have the rank of GM, that is true. Wikipedia editor GM? No. No shot. Edits per minute. I mean, look. I'm just gonna say, in most cases, not all of them, but in most, like, stuff you would like to put there, like, Wikipedia is very straightforward to edit, okay? So literally any of you could log in and pick it up and, like, you know, start editing tournaments or like player pages. It's when you need like the more complicated stuff, like some, you know, automated statistics or something. That's when things get tricky. But like most of the things on Wikipedia are very easy to edit nowadays, especially with a lot of tools that have been developed over the years. Like I used to have to do everything but like very manually. Like especially changing brackets to different format was a pain, but nowadays it's just so easy. Okay. Looks like we have... oh. Okay. They thought I wouldn't notice. Our players switched the colors. I did notice. Aha. And we have downloaded into the second of our maps of this best of 3 series. We are on Oceanborn, and in the bottom right corner of that map we have the red Zerg player from Big Bang Exports. It's Ibiri. Currently leading 1-0 in this series. And their opponent across the map, it is the yellow Protoss player representing insane master killers, I think. It is Nox. We're checking, there's nothing fishy going on. Drone having a bit of an adventure before getting that hatch first. But I mean, our Protoss is also not one to cannon rush or proxy, it seems like. Although we did have this very committed build in game number 1. A lot of gateways. So we'll see if that is something that Nox likes to go for, or if maybe he changes the strategy a little bit. I mean, I will say, like, there were moments where it did look scary for Ibiri, so I can definitely see that strategy working. I mean, gateway man, as some people call this kind of Protoss players. Like, the gateway units, like, in big enough numbers can really do some damage, so it's not impossible for this strategy to work. And no, Wikipedia is not HTML. Like it was still like forms where you just had to, like, you know, fill in a form essentially. But like back then, like if you wanted to like change from like 16 people brackets to like 12 people bracket, like you had to change a lot, and it was just too bothersome to do. And nowadays nowadays you just change the name of the bracket and just make sure that the numbers of the matches are correct, and that's it. The bracket is changed. Like, the system has definitely been improved quite a lot over the years. The third hatch from Ibiri. But okay, on a serious note, if any of you want to start editing Wikipedia, I mean, I could probably like give people some tips on that. Because I mean, again, like CranKy Ducklings in general, like are all about like fostering the community, to put it that way, like helping people contribute as well. So like if any of you like feel like they want to edit Wikipedia but they're just like too afraid to get into the code, like we can definitely help. Wikipedia also has their own Discord for stuff like that, so that is also an option if you're happy to just join the main server. But like if you're like, oh, you're like too intimidated by all these people you may not know, like I mean, I can definitely help. As we're going for another gateway flower. . The Immortal already showing up. The Zergling has scouted this, so Ibiri knows that a similar build is coming up. Maybe actually even the same. We have 6 gateways already on the top. Oh, actually, 6 guys together with this one. Wait. No, okay. I'm not crazy. I'm like, wait, it said 6 gateways in production, but this one is already finished. But no, there is another one here. Okay, I'm not crazy. So we're gonna have 7 gateways total for the time being. Once again, no Twilight Council, so no upgrades, no forge, no nothing. Just pure units. Ooh, the Zerglings did spot the Warpriest though, so the Zealots have a hard time coming up, but actually the Immortal was focused and yeah, the Zealots were able to finish. I have 2 Immortals and a lot of Zealots over here. Once again, slow lots. There is no charge, and the army over here is not that big yet. But the Zealots are being chased by the roaches. They have a hard time closing in the distance without the charge. But maybe with the sheer numbers, it may be enough to overpower the Zerg. That will never stop it. Yeah, the third base of Ibiri is actually under fire. The Zealots deal with the hatchery quite quickly. We now have Stalkers added to the mix as well as that single adept. We had that one in the last game as well. And yeah, the Roach army is not that big. One of the Immortals is focused, but it is being saved by a Warpriest. And now the Zealots destroy the Roach army and Nox takes game number 2. We have a tied up series. So once again, showing that that strategy definitely does have its strength. It's very nicely done there from Nox, and again we have a tied up series. We have a 1-1 score in this best of 3. And everything will be decided on the next map, which is a map pick from Ibiri. Just awaiting that map. Okay. Okay, our players are getting ready for game number 3. And we are going in. And we are now in our third map of the series. It is Amphion, and in the bottom left corner of Amphion we have the first of our players. It is representing Bing Bong Exports, Ibiri. And across the map we have the yellow Protoss player representing Insane Master Killers, It's Nox. Definitely an interesting map choice there from Ibiri. I mean, we'll see what Nox does, because something that would be very strong on this map, of course, is any type of flyers. Like, if Nox decides to go for a Stargate, that could definitely be very nice for him. Like, some oracles flying across the map on this map are quite useful. But we'll see if he does, because I have a feeling that Nox really does like that gateway style, so they may choose to go for a ground attack regardless. As again, Nox scouting across the map. Sees that it was in fact a hatch first, so there is nothing to worry about so far. And Nox decides to go for a Nexus of his own. He of course does keep an eye on this, having the Overlord straight on top of the wall. To be fair, we'll see how it goes this time, but I mean, Nox does not make stalkers early on. So it's entirely possible that Ibiri can just hang out with this Overlord for most of the game here. And be able to get all the scouting done. Next puts the second gateway in the wall. We'll see if this one will finish, because we have seen him do that before, but it was then switched into a robo. Ooh, and we do have a Stargate! There you go, Nox. We actually have a different build this game. There is a Stargate coming up. The Overlords of Ibiri already moved away from the base, so I don't think Ibiri can... No, actually Ibiri did spot the building, but the question is, did Ibiri click on it? Because of course the Protoss buildings, you know, they all look the same when they're warping in. Or most of them anyway. The Zerglings were able to catch a glimpse of the building coming up, but for all Ibiri knows, this could be a robo. Our Zerg has also mined the mineral wall and is expanding towards the Protoss on that side of the map. And we have our first Oracle on the way. I mean, Ibiri does have 2 queens, ooh, and does have the Spore in the Natura as well. I guess Ibiri did notice that this may be a Stargate, and the Overlord confirms the Oracle moving out. We also missed those Zerglings coming up. Or miss. I mean, maybe Nox was able to see them. We have 2 queens on each base. There's Spore on the Natura. The third base is... Oh, actually there are 2 queens there as well. I was gonna say that it's less defended, but the 2 queens already made their way over there, and... Yeah, the Oracle is not able to get any damage done. Oh, the probe is being caught outside of the base of Nox, so the third will be denied for now. And second Oracle joins in. Looks like those 2 Oracles for now will be used just to secure this third base in the front. Nox deciding to go for the horizontal expansion. The Zerglings are trying to do their best to deny this base, but there's not enough numbers. And they will be quickly dismantled. Looks like those 2 Arcos are all that Nox wanted to produce. And he's now focusing on other things, focusing on the gateways, getting observers. Let's see if he switches into Immortals next. thought, is that... Okay, this is not a full wall. I was afraid for a moment. So getting this nice spotter pylon on the other side of this main. We're getting yet another vertical base, once again moving towards the Protoss. Another batch of Zerglings is going across the map, but I don't think they are enough to cause any actual damage in this base. We have a few gateway units here, we have pretty solid defenses, we have a shield battery. Yeah, the Zerglings can only really scout what is going on. And look at that, we have a Twilight Council on the way. We will be getting upgrades this game. There is a forge as well. Don't forget to stay hydrated. Ibiri is working on roaches, getting that roach speed. The first roaches are popping up. Making sure that all the rocks are dealt with on the way. Of course, there's still the matter of the mineral wall over here, but I guess there are other ways to access this area. And the upgrade that Nox goes for is actually Blink. So it looks like it will be much more Stalker heavy this time. Ibiri is this time expanding horizontally on the bottom of the map, so going up to 5 bases. From the side of Protoss we have Storm on the way. I'm not sure if I like Storm versus this third composition, because it looks like Ibiri does rely on roaches quite a bit, and roaches don't care about Storm that much. So this one probe wants to have an adventure. And it looks like the Zerg forces are moving towards the bases of the Protoss. We have Lynx, we have Roaches, we have Ravagers. Protoss army was slightly out of position, but now it's there, and the Roaches will try to surround it using the top ramp here. The Oracles are actually dishing out a lot of damage, but they do have limited energy. But it may be enough. Overcharge is triggered as well. And Ibiri has to be careful about this engagement, because this is a big Protoss army. At the same time, a few probes did die at this new base, but nothing too major, and Ibiri has to move back home. Nox is actually chasing this. I mean, Nox has the bigger army at the moment, but after all decides to secure the 4th base instead. And what is Ibiri's response? Ibiri did get a Hydra then, and is working on the hive, so I guess we will be seeing lurkers. Although I don't think there's a lurker then yet. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Or maybe it's just a Roach Hydra with Vipers, I don't know. Ah, this poor Ravager. Let him go. Ah. It's so fun. They're not even like morphing eggs or anything. I'm not sure what is going on here. StarCraft, please. We have another base for the Protoss in the top right. So Nox also going up to 5 bases. Ibiri has not expanded farther yet. Instead, Ibiri is planning another attack. Zerglings are going towards the natural base. Meanwhile, the Roach Ravager is going against the army, but this is a strong Protoss army. The first storm does go down. At the same time, the Zerglings are trying to get into the wall. Some of them do sneak past. And they go straight for the main base. They will munch on quite a few probes, 10 already down, and there will be more. At the same time though, the main armies are clashing in the middle of the map. A lot of storms are blanketing this roach army. The oracles are targeting ravagers. And hydras. There's like one hydra in this army. So 17 probes dead. That is definitely nice for Iberi, but now this Protoss army is at the doorstep. And Iberi did suffer some losses. I mean, this is still a strong roach army, but I'm not sure if it's quite able to deal with the might of all those immortals, and even an Archon added to the mix. The hatchery did get damaged, but it's not down yet. And we have some Hydra reinforcements, but another round of storms blankets the entire army. I think he has enough to hold this, but ooh, suffering more damage from the storms. Now the lurkers are out, and Nox decides to, you know, to regroup, to move away, to get into a better position. But yeah, Iberi is just trying to get it to buy time. All these lurkers are about to pop out, and they have to whirl. There are 2 observers, so it won't be that easy to deal with this Protoss army, and actually most of the lurkers are already being dealt with. And the Protoss army is not that bad off. The Zerg is melting in front of our eyes. We still have so many stalkers, so many immortals, and there are still more storms ready. And these 2 observers did not go down. Nox overpowers Iberi and takes game number 3. So congratulations to Nox. Well played, and Nox will be taking this series 2-1 and advancing on in our bracket. And speaking of bracket, let us take a look, as I remember that I did not update the bracket on the thingy. Hold on, this is not the right bracket. We'll fix it. Hold on. I knew I was supposed to do something. Let's try now. There you go. Oh, we have so many series going on. Okay, so Nox takes on Iberi 2-1. And next up, Nox will be playing versus Captain Fish. At the same time, we have some other series going on. Legoland is playing Lochka, or Lochka? Lochka? Lochka. Either of those is probably the pronunciation. Meanwhile, Battle Pants is facing Davlitos. We also had the first of our results in the bracket, which was Bulochkin taking down Zergtanes 2-0, and Bulochkin is now facing Great Coltini in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have our own quarterfinals match, as we have Captain Fish versus Nox, or Nox Happening. That's their username on challenge. Okay, let me get our map ready, and ooh, we are starting on Dynasty. As a reminder, there will be predictions in the chat, or I guess by the time you hear this message they should be already on, so make sure to vote in the predictions if you want to get some points, potentially. Yes, it looks like we are about to be ready for our next series. Once again, shout out to Jadel for getting our predictions up and working. As Jadel is the one making some neat gadgets for streams. So far we have the very first Quacker ranking done by Jadel. And he is working on a new update, by the way. There will be an update to it. And we also have the predictions, which now take... Like, this is obviously like not very visible from the side of the viewer, but like for us, like in production, it is very useful because we can now use the casting tool, made by Pressure by the way, to also set up the predictions, which makes our workflow just this much easier. But anyway, we have loaded into the first of our maps of this best of 3 series, of this best of 3 quarterfinals. And we are now in the top right corner of Dynasty, looking at the first of our players. It is the German Terran player, Captain Fish. And across the map we have their opponent coming from the previous round. That was a weird sentence. But it is the yellow Protoss player representing Insane Master Killers. It is Nox. Oh, it looks like Captain Fish is going for that not quite proxy racks, but you know, the hidden racks strategy. We will see if Nox will be tricked by this, or if he is well aware of Terran players doing so. So far the probe is moving across the map and going into the base of the Terran. Of course, since that there is no second rack in the base, or any other building for that matter, no. To be fair, there is a depot. I guess it doesn't look too bad, right? I'm not entirely 100% sure on the timings of the Terran. Typically, you would be expecting something coming up. Ice. But yeah, Nox definitely knows that something is happening as this probe is sticking around and checking what is going on. Nox did go for that gold base expansion, and now he's chronoing a depth. I mean, he will need it because the first of the Reapers is already going across the map, and this is a Turax production. So what Eistan said was, once the voting is closed, the predictions will be the post-dictions. First adept is out. We have a Twilight Council on the way. But Warpgate is not yet finished, so we only have the regular production for the Protoss, and the adept already does not have shields. There is no shield battery here. Actually, the shield battery gets blocked as well, and the second adept will try to save this situation, but we already have 3 Reapers, and as a reminder, they do regenerate. Another adept will be going down, is being focused by the Reapers. There are 4 Reapers now. The probes are forced off the line to try and save the situation, but that also means that the probes themselves are in danger. Already 3 going down. Now the Stalker will help a little bit, but there are still more Reapers coming, and as all of this is happening, Captain Fish is actually double expanding, taking both the gold and the forward natural. So even if Nox defends this attack here, like, Captain Fish still should be very much ahead. And yet this army of Reapers is dealing quickly with the probes in the gold base. Now there is a shield battery, so that will definitely help in the defense. And Captain Fish does have to respect that. Another Reaper does go down. We're left with 4 Reapers. It looks like for the time being it's the end of the harassment from Captain Fish. I mean, the Reapers will keep diving in. Will keep getting like stray probes and the likes, but they shouldn't do too much damage. Oh, this poor scouting probe. He's trying to hide in the bushes. Oh, but once again, this gold base is undefended from this side, and yeah, 3 more probes will be going down. But again, this is not the great commitment from Captain Fish. Like behind this, he has 2 expansions. He's working on production, he's working on steam, working on combat shield. Yeah, we will have more army coming up. Looks like for the time being the situation will settle a little bit. Nox is expanding forward. The Reapers of course still pose a threat, so Nox has to constantly keep in mind that they are around, has to pay attention to where they go. With the shield battery, it shouldn't be that much. Oh, actually, 4 Reapers looks like are just enough to power over the shield battery, and they are able to snipe some probes in the gold base once again. Somebody asking about MMR in the chat. This is a diamond tournament, so I believe most of our players are the rank of diamond. Which diamond exactly, that depends. I believe Captain Fish is a diamond 1. He is one of our favorites in this tournament. I'm not quite sure of the rank of Nox, as he is the newcomer here, so Light I'm sure can add that information in the chat. The shield batteries, the Reapers no longer can really do any real damage. Of course, again, like if all 4 of them shoot at the same time, they are able to snipe probes, but yeah, they have to really time this together. Meanwhile, we have both charge and thermal lance on the way. But it looks like Captain Fish decides that this is time to move out. This is purely bio. We have just Marines, a few Marauders, and Medivacs. There are no factory into this. The first tank is joining the army, and there are more on the way, but this is definitely very bio heavy. The Reapers still trying to do what they can at this gold base, but it looks like one of them did go down. I don't know if 3 Reapers are enough for the sniping. But as Captain Fish distracts Nox over at the gold base, the main army is going towards that front natural. There is an immortal there, but I don't know if that's enough. The scan gives away the attack, and the bio army is rolling in. The probes are evacuated, the immortal takes a lot of damage, and the Nexus falls down immediately. Once again, man with gun, pretty good. The Colossus is now here to save the day, but I mean the base has gone down and this is still a scary army. The Colossus actually gets focused and it goes down immediately. With that, GG is called. Captain Fish will be taking game number 1. Well, that was definitely an explosive way to end the game. Our players are expressing their joy and love for the map. It's clearly that's their favorite. I mean, like, we don't get to see these maps too often, so it's nice to like check them out every now and then. See if maybe there's something interesting that can be done. And we already have map number 2 ready. And welcome to map number 2. Map number 2 is Oceanborn. And in the top, bottom right corner of Oceanborn we have the first of our players. It is the blue Terran player from Germany. It's Captain Fish. And his opponent in the top left corner of the map, it is the yellow Protoss player from Insane Master Killers. It is Nox. Is it killer or killers? It says killer, but where does the S come from? Because I know there's an S from in there. What does it say there? There's team something. It's so small I cannot tell. If anybody is familiar with the clan, do let us know. Unfortunately, due to some issues with the Blizzard website, we're no longer able to get the clan names directly. Oh, as we have citizens arrest on that probe. Captain Fish really not wanting all that scouting and harassment going on in his base. And he's going for a 1-1-1, it looks like. Maybe 1-1 with a CC, but we'll see. And this time Nox does not have that scouting probe anymore, so it's a bit more in the dark. And that's definitely gonna be quite painful for him, because we have concussive... Wait... Concussive shells, right? They're shells. Ah, my brain is blanking out. That's not good. But yeah, we will have Marauders on the way. And they can definitely do quite a lot of damage to the Protoss, even with Cyclone on top as well, so... Quite a lot of aggressive power there from Captain Fish, as Nox is just building up, just getting his tech, getting the Twilight Council, setting up that second base. And yeah, I'm not sure if Nox will be ready for this aggression. Steam is on the way as well, so this will be steamed concussive Marauders. And I mean, Nox has a few units, has 2 adepts, has a stalker on the way. But that's nowhere near this firepower. Yeah, and now Nox sees that slowed down adept and tries to save itself. Actually, that's funny because the shade is not slowed down, right? Yeah, the single adept versus this entire army is not quite the match, and there's no shield batteries in the natural. The stalker goes down, and Nox is out of units. And just like that, GG is called. Captain Fish will be taking this series 2-0 and advancing to the semi-finals. Very nicely done there from Captain Fish. Very strong plays. Dedicated aggression. And yeah, it pays off. Captain Fish will be in the semi-finals. I guess this is the time to take a look at the bracket. We of course have Captain Fish advancing 2-0 into the top semifinals, and he will be facing either Samir Duran, also known as Mar, or Loka. Lochka? Loka. Loka means crazy in Spanish, just so you know. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the bracket, we still have Battle Pants versus Dave Litos. They're only in game 2 of the series, apparently, or at least that was the last time we got any update from them. So that will definitely be a long series, it looks like. And Hollow Ghost is still waiting in the quarterfinals for his opponent. Meanwhile, above we have Great Coltini taking Bulochkin 2-1. And Great Coltini is now waiting in the bottom semifinals. It looks like we will be waiting for either of those series to finish. From the looks of things, it looks like probably Samir Duran versus Lorca should finish first. So I assume we will probably go into the top semifinals first, but we will see. Looks like all of them are in game for now. Okay, I'm being updated that Samir and Lorca are on EU. I guess I could try and see if I can catch them. Ah, sure, to be fair, I mean Captain Fish is also from EU, so this semifinals will be on EU anyway. Don't you love when the StarCraft chat is bugged and you cannot like make the window smaller? Boy, do I love that. Well, anyway, it doesn't look like our players are out of game, so I think we will be going to a short little break. Oh, as we have a result, and looks like Battle Pants took down Dave Litos 2-0 and will now be going against Hollow Ghost. Yeah, I think we will try to wait for Samir Duran and Loka, and if we can catch them, then we will be having that series, and if not, then we will go straight into one of the semifinals. So, see you right after this break. welcome back! Welcome to the semi-finals of Duckling Open. Jesus. Now I'm at 128. Oh god, my pronunciation is starting to slip. Things are not going great, but I will make it. I'll make it to the end of this broadcast. As we are now on Oceanborn, map number 1 of the semi-finals of this best of 3. Predictions are open, but they should be closing soon. And we are looking at the first of our players. It is the blue Terran player from Germany. It's Captain Fish. And across the map we have their opponent. It is the red Zerg player from Platinum Heroes, as I have learned recently. It is Samir Duran. Ah, he may be Duran, but he still has that hybrid portrait. For those who don't know, Samir Duran was previously known as Mar, and Mar is a name of a hybrid in StarCraft 2. He later then switched to Samir Duran, another name known in StarCraft. We already had the discussion before, but I don't think Samir Duran is mentioned by name in StarCraft 2, but it is being said that he is Narud. Samir Duran is more of a StarCraft 1 hero. Had quite a role over there. And for those who don't know, Samir Duran has a very specific way of playing this game. Samir Duran the player, I mean. Oh, and it looks like Captain Fish is trying to prevent that style specifically. Because what Samir Duran does... Ooh, as Captain Fish loses the battle, SCV does go down and the hatchery will go up. But as I was saying, Samir Duran likes to go for pull first into 2 hatcheries, 2 expansions without gas. And Captain Fish, knowing that, like, if you were in the chat, Captain Fish was actually saying that he doesn't want to play Samir Duran again. He has bad memories of the last time they met. But unfortunately for him, that is exactly who he is going against. And Captain Fish was trying to prevent that style coming from Samir Duran, but wasn't able to. And we have slow links actually in the base of Captain Fish. The wall was not finished. This Reaper has to be careful to not be cornered. Those are of course slow links, so they shouldn't catch up to the Reaper anytime soon. At the same time we have the Reaper of Captain Fish across the map. But there are no drones on the bases yet. So yeah, those Ducklings will be mostly just a nuisance here. They shouldn't be able to catch up to the Reapers if they are being microed. And they are being dealt with, but... yeah, they definitely cause quite a distraction for Captain Fish. As at the same time we have that 1 Reaper across the map, but versus 2 Queens it's not so easy anymore. The other Reapers will join in soon though. And Samir Duran is going for the Roach version of this build. I've seen him go for Link Bane after this once or twice, but he seems to be preferring the Roaches nowadays. Ooh, and one of the pieces is actually getting focused. There are no transfuses yet, there's no energy available. And with some nice micro, Captain Fish is able to take down the first queen, and the second one is getting low as well. Very nice micro there from Captain Fish. And now he has the open way into the bases, but not for long because the roaches already pop out. And these Reapers are done for. There are more Reapers and Hellions coming up, but the roaches will be chasing them down. There are more roach reinforcements coming from the bases. Of course, 1 roach was not able to withstand the firepower of this army. The creep is getting cleaned as well, which is definitely nice for Captain Fish, but there are roaches going across the map towards his base. Does he have a tank out? No, the tank is being in production, but it's not available yet. This bunker will not finish. So Captain Fish is stuck on 1 base for the time being. There are no Ravages in this army, those are just roaches. Something important to point out, they do destroy these add-ons, so they will be able to get into the base, but the tank does pop out. And with that, Samir Duran has to move back. At the same time, this army of Reapers and Hellions is still in the base of the Zerg. Still sniping down queens. Another queen going down. The roaches will of course deal with this army, but that's a lot of lost queens for Samir Duran. I mean, he likes to defend early pretty much purely on queens. Like, the roaches are coming up, but the roaches are mostly offensive. While for defensive force, pretty much exclusively Samir Duran uses queens. So losing this many early on is definitely painful. And yeah, looks like for the time being, things have calmed down. Our Terran is working on Steam. Getting the production up, getting all the tank production, most importantly as well. 2 tanks already up and defending the base. Meanwhile, Samir Duran going for Baneling Nest. So we are switching the plan a little bit. It's not going to be roaches after all. Of course, he still has quite a few and he's... I don't think he's making more. I think he's switching it to Link Bane now, but he has made quite a few roaches, so they are there to defend from the Hellions. Zerglings really love that Overlord. Maybe they want to like be picked up. Like, imagine Overlord picking up the Zerglings in his big arms. Anyway, the Zerglings are going across the map. And Captain Fish is trying to expand into the natural. So this base is quite wide open. The tanks are of course there, so they will help with the defense. And it's a nice spot for a tank as well. Samir Duran scouts the base with an Overlord, and he sees how set up it is. Still rallying forces across the map though. The Zerglings will be coming in. But with 3 tanks here on the ramp, I don't know how much damage they can do, but at the same time friendly fire will be painful as well. The Ravagers are trying to do what they can. I mean, the Zerglings get to the army and they shoot through an entire mineral line of SCVs, but I don't think they will be able to break the main base. There's a few roaches left, and that will be it for the attack of Samir Duran. So Samir Duran loses entire army, but unfortunately Captain Fish used the SCVs for the defense, so 19 workers go down regardless. So, was it worth it for Captain Fish? Hard to say, but I think Samir Duran got more than he expected from that attack. Well, there is harassment going on here from Captain Fish, but actually does not focus the drones, and a lot of them are damaged, but not a lot of them die. Samir Duran just expanding, building up the army back up. I mean, he's mostly focusing on droning now, as it doesn't look like Captain Fish is gonna be moving out soon. But yeah, like, if you look at the worker count, like, Samir Duran is just so far ahead. Like, of course, Terran does have Muse. I hear you, Yaku. Terran has Muse. But, yeah, losing the entire mineral line when you're only on 2 bases was quite painful. Oh no. I've been there. I've definitely been there. I did that once or twice. Or probably more times, but ever since I make very sure that you click the drones on the gas once the extractor is already morphing. Because that's what happens. Like, the drones standing in front of the extractor typically mean that you clicked on the gas before the extractor animation started. And that's when they're confused, because they're walking up and like, what are we supposed to do? So yeah, Zerg players, be careful. You have to calm down your APM and make sure that the drones actually go into the extractor. Oh, that's an interesting drop. This one Reaper is like, I'm a marine. Don't worry about it. I also have a gun. And meanwhile we have Link Bane rolling towards the bases of Captain Fish, but this drop is being scouted. It looks like Samir Duran focuses on the defense instead, but Yeah, hesitates a little bit. It also gives a lot of information to Captain Fish. He has seen the entire Lingbane army and he should be able to, you know, prepare for it mentally at least. Of course, like, there's only so much you can do with this very marine heavy army, but at least he knows he has to split or snipe this against these banelings. The scouting marine goes forward to see how the attack is going, and Samir Duran is moving in. There are a lot of tanks positioned here. A very nice split there, but they will be going down. Captain Fish has to hide back. Oh, he's going to the mineral line. Once again, 10 SCVs will be going down. 18 SCVs, and I mean the Marines survive, but once again the entire mineral line goes down in that attack. Like, I understand that, you know, the mineral line is a very nice choke point to use, but yeah, it looked like Captain Fish unwillingly, accidentally, unintentionally, that's the word I'm looking for, unintentionally brought the entire Baneling army straight into the workers. We have more Banelings morphing. They're not quite ready yet, so Captain Fish has a little bit of a window to go forward. Yeah, after chasing the army all the way to the creep, Captain Fish decides to regroup back at the base. He has to once again remake those workers. He is dropping Muse, but yeah, losing that many workers must be so painful. And another Lingbane army is coming in. I'm not sure why Samir Duran is going still for the natural. The third base would be a better target, but the army is there, and this time the tanks are enough. The Lingbane is not able to break through. At the same time, Samir Duran is taking another base at the top. Currently up to 5 bases with that one morphing. Captain Fish is currently on 3, though of course he has lost a lot of workers on those on that natural. Setting up a 4th CC as well. And once again moving out with this bio army. This time have some tanks for support as well, but one of them is already damaged. Nice press splitting there from Captain Fish. But we have ultras out already. The chitinous plating is not finished. But regardless, ultras will be quite scary, and I think Captain Fish is seeing them? Yeah, just barely. They are in scan vision. And he confirms with a second scan even, making sure that he's not surprised by whatever is coming his way. I feel like ultras have been getting more popular lately again. For a long time we have not seen that much of them in this matchup, but like they were there, but they were more like, I don't want to say a gimmick. It wasn't as far as a gimmick, but like most players weren't going there. Like lurkers in general were like more interesting to Zerg players. But I feel like it's been a bit of a return for the ultras lately. We have a double drop coming from Captain Fish, but it is spotted way before it can land. And the entire Ultra army is chasing it. That medivac is also so low. Just one hit will be able to take it down. Oh, it's not being focused down and actually unloads all of the Marines in the natural of Samir Duran. The Queens will be going down and so will the drones. But the medivacs are getting so low, this army is not escaping from here. So Captain Fish just has to take what he can, as this army will be getting cleaned up. 12 drones is definitely nice, but it's not quite enough to even out the losses that he suffered before. 4th command center doesn't land on the top base, the very north base, but now the Ultra army is coming in. We have a Liberator set up and we have some press freeze done. The tanks are nicely set up, but still the Ultras are marching forward and so do the Banelings. Some snipes from the Ghosts are going down, but there are so many Ultras that they just threw down through the army, and GG's called Samir Duran will be taking game number 1. Yeah, once again, I think those losses of SCVs really hurt Captain Fish in the long run. And in the end, it was difficult for him to make big enough army to oppose Samir Duran again and again. As Duran would be remaking those armies, he would be making new waves, and yeah, our Terran player was just eventually overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Zerg army. One of our players is asking for a little bit of a break, so we will be setting up that lobby soon. How are our predictions going? Okay. Apparently we have one person betting on Captain Fish. Guys, don't forget the predictions. I feel like a lot of people are forgetting to vote in the predictions. And of course there are a lot of those who cannot, like myself. I mean, firstly because I am streaming, but also because some countries, mine included, don't allow the whole prediction thing, so you can only bet for 0 points. You know, that's not quite as exciting. But still. Muppet saying, Kuro casting, that's a rare treat. I'm casting every 2 weeks on this channel. Recently that's been the case where I am casting the amateur tournaments. We have 2 monthly tournaments, and because they alternate, we basically have an amateur tournament every 2 weeks on this channel, every other Saturday. So if you want to tune in for those, they are available. Okay, we have our map. So if you are interested in amateur tournaments to play or to watch, then they are every 2 weeks, every other Saturday. I think it's Saturday for every time zone, right? Yeah, I think even Americas is in Saturday by this time. Like it's early morning in the Americas. I mean, yeah, we had some players from the Americas today actually, and they were saying that they are starting at 5 AM. So that is a bit rough. And we are now in the second map of our... Hold on. Kuro's brain is having a breakdown. Are we on the map? Are we in the map? We're on the map, right? What do you say, in the picture? Or on the picture? Confusion. Anyway, we are on Crimson Court and we are in game number 2 of our best of 3 semi-finals, where in the bottom left corner we have the first of our players. It is the German Terran. In the blue, it's Captain Fish. And across the map we have the red Zerg player representing Platinum Heroes. It's Samir Duran. See, I was raised on StarCraft Brood War, and not the competitive one, but the campaign Brood War. So when I see the name Samir Duran, I immediately just hear the voice of Duran. It's just, yeah, it's just coded in my brain. That's it. I have to like play those campaign one day, because like when the first time I've seen the Brood War campaign, like it wasn't even me playing, like it was somebody else in my family playing, and I was just watching because I was too young to play. And like because of that, like I don't remember a lot from the campaign. Like I obviously, like I heard like some things I remembered, some things I just, you know, learned later. Some things were explained to me in a different way because I was a kid. So I feel like it would be cool to like go back and actually play the Brood War campaign and the StarCraft 2 campaign and just, you know, do a whole round of campaigns. That could be interesting. Anyway, Captain Fish opting for that barracks hidden on the back of the mineral line, and because this time the wall is solid, Samir Duran is not able to get in with the links. Not able to scout that. Captain Fish expanding on the high ground as well, knowing that those links would be coming. Samir Duran once again going for his typical build of pull first into double expansion, and already getting the Roach Warren down, so switching to Roaches even earlier than last time, I think. The 3 Reapers are focusing the first Queen though. And it will be going down. There was absolutely no support for her. The other Queens are going down now, but damage has already been done. Actually, Captain Fish does not pay attention. One of the Reapers does go down, the second one is badly damaged at this point. So he has to be very careful, but we're even getting a transferring drone, so that's very nice. Oh, and getting for a second CC, so double expanding as well. I mean, that is definitely a way to outgrid Samir Duran. We will see if that will work for Captain Fish. As a reminder, there is no starport yet, and the factory only just finished, so those are very early command centers. Like, seeing one would not be that shocking. Even seeing the second one wouldn't be that unusual, but I think it started even before the factory did, so yeah, quite greedy. And again, that may be the way to do it. Oh, that one's egging. Ah, it got an SCV. I see him go. But yeah, now the Queens are there to protect the bases of Samir Duran, so Reapers won't be able to get in anymore. Captain Fish is preparing another attack. He is making man with gun. The Marines are coming. The steam is almost done. They should be ready for an attack soon enough. I think I ever completed the campaigns without cheats back then. I did that as well. Yeah, I remember playing some maps with cheats, definitely. I feel like cheats were way easier in StarCraft 1 as well, because there were actual words. Like, cheat codes in StarCraft 2 are way more complicated, which is a bit sad. Oh, that one Reaper playing with death, and he lost. Oh, the September emote is still there. That's good. Now Samir Duran is moving out. We have Zerglings and Ravagers this time on the menu. No roaches actually. All the roaches have been transformed into Ravagers. And because the factory was so late, there is no tank yet. Ooh, one of the tanks is actually queued, but it is supply blocked and it is stuck in the QE. So there are only marines to defend this push. There is a bunker, but how much can it do? It's not being repaired, it's being sniped immediately by the Ravagers, and the marines are getting overwhelmed by this superior Zerg army. The Ravagers are walking in, the Zerglings are dealing with the SCVs that were not able to escape. The buyers destroy the wall, and Samir Duran will be taking this series 2-0, moving on to the finals of Duckling Open. See, I expected, I hoped that Captain Fish would be able to do it this time, but no, it looks like once again Samir Duran overwhelms the army. Yeah, crazy. 2-0 score, and we are going into the finals with our Zerg player. So that is our semi-finals done. Let me quickly check something. Wait, what am I looking for? My brain is very awake today. That is true. As Light is saying in the chat, I have been solo casting SDU and MSO since the beginning of the year. That is true. I think that was what we did, right? We brought the amateur tournaments from the beginning of the year, I think. I think that's what happened. Yeah, let us take a quick look at the bracket. So again, we have Samir Duran taking down Captain Fish 2-0, moving on to the finals. And in the meantime, Hollow Ghost did defeat Battle Pants 2-0 as well. And we have our other semi-finals. It is Great Coltini versus Hollow Ghost. Oh, I can definitely spell. Okay. Oh. Oh. I have just realized what I have been forced into. Our second semifinals is a TVT. Oh, as I just realized, hold on. There you go, I have to update this. See, I had such a good transition and then I ruined it by forgetting to switch the series. Okay. The players need a minute to set up. Captain Fish saying the chat more nightmares. Oh no. I have seen the chat for the fish. Okay. Both of our players are ready. Let's go. Oh boy, and we're starting on Oceanborn too. Oh boy. I hope you have your snacks ready. We are going into activity. Oh, good! Well done! Welcome to TVT on Oceanborn, to our semi-finals best of 3, as in the top left corner, as well as in the middle of the map. We have the first of our players, the blue Terran player from Canada. It's Great Coltini. And across the map, unsuspecting opponent, the orange Terran player. It is Hollow Ghost. Well, we're off to a strong start, I will say. As we have barracks across the map from Great Coltini. 2 racks, in fact. And yeah, we'll see. We see how it goes. Actually, Hollow Ghost is scouting. But he is scouting his third base. Will he go all the way here? Ooh, he is going this way. Will he see it? Will he see it? He does see the 2 racks. So I think Hollow Ghost has been proxied before. Is careful about this. I mean, look, a lot of people don't like mirror matchups, so this is not surprising. And yeah, one of the barracks is actually not being finished. So even if it is eventually completed, that does delay Great Coltini quite a lot. And he just puts down another axe. Yeah, just going for 3 axe from here. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, we already have bunker on the way for Hollow Ghost. We have the first repair almost done. Factory is being built. And yeah, we will see. We'll see how this goes. Because even though Hollow Ghost was aware of this coming, like, he doesn't quite have the same production that Great Coltini has. He actually is going forward to start the fight, but unfortunately it is Great Coltini that shoots first. The Marine is out, and there will be more Marines coming. The bunker does finish, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Okay, the Reapers are coming in, they go by the bunker. One of them is very damaged, but it does survive and goes straight for the mineral line. We have 3 Reapers here. But yeah, they do go down. One of them survives, but it is being chased and it is being shot down at the last moment. There are still 2 more here. But I would say Hollow Ghost has pretty solid defense. As I just remembered, he is from Team Solid. Looks like Great Coltini is very committed to this strategy as he is setting up a bunker. I mean, look, it's really hard to transition for a proxy like this, so I guess he wants to commit to this for as long as he can. Meanwhile, Hollow Ghost is working on a Cloak Banshee and has Cyclones up. Even getting an expansion, I mean, yeah, like, I feel like Hollow Ghost is pretty well set up at this point, so I think it's quite safe for him to start thinking about expanding. Great Coltini is taking an expansion of his own in the natural. And Hologos will be trying to deal with this siege on his base right now. The Banshee is out, and again we only have Reapers here, so none of them shoot up. The Banshee will be able to deal with this bunker quite easily. And that's the signal for the Reapers to move in, and they will be going for the natural base and the main eventually. I mean, that's a lot of Reapers, but there is a full wall here, and the other ledge will also be protected by the units of Hologos. So Captain is saying that he may get 2 Masters before the next Duckling Open, so would he be able to play in it? There's still Masters 1 open for him also, of course. But yeah, we will see. Also, Captain is saying, I'll go watch my games and see what Crew had to say. I am Platinum. Just want to point that out. So, you know, take my advice with a grain of salt. I am Platinum. As the Banshee goes across the map, it is cloaked, there is no detection so far, there is scans, but scans only. The Grey Coltin is now putting down that turret to be protected from the Banshee. But the Banshee denies the turret. And it looks like Great Coltini will be suffering more losses. The Cyclone is very low already. The turret does go online, but the Cyclone goes down, so does the Banshee though. Seven workers going down for Great Coltini as well. Hologos is muling hard on that natural base. It's kind of funny because he's orange and the mules are yellow, but they all look the same as the cities. Interesting. Reapers are trying to come in, but now there is a tank. And Great Coltini knows that he cannot really catch up. GG's out, and Hologos will be taking game number 1. Oh, have I not started predictions? I thought I did. Well then. As a reminder, predictions are for the whole series, so still valid. I clicked on the wrong tab. Okay. Okay, we have our second map prepared. And we will be going to Golden Aura. We will see if Great Coltini once again wants to be aggressive, or maybe we will be getting a bit more of a macro game this time. Oh, it looks like all 85 of Fruit Ninjas have shown up in the chat. For those who did not watch that cast, I don't know if I want to say I would recommend it, but we had a lot of fun with the names of Fruit Ninja, also known as Tricky. So yeah, I hope you watched it, but also why would you watch it? Never mind. Anyway, we are now in game number 2 of this semi-final series on Golden Aura. And in the bottom right corner we have our orange Terran player, Representing Team Solid, it's Hollow Ghost. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the blue Terran player from Canada. It's Great Coltini. Looks like this time both our Terran players are building their racks at home. Hollow Ghost once again scouting around. Seems to be very careful. Probably has been proxied on the ladder before. The SCV is having quite an adventure going across the map, making sure there are absolutely no proxies around the base. But yeah, as we said, Great Coltini is very much more macro focused this game. Slight build order changes between our players. One of them, Great Coltini choosing the factory before depot, while Hollow Ghost doing the opposite, but more or less, very similar strategies. Hollow Ghost also puts that depot like all the way across his main base plateau, main base area, to make sure that he is aware of anything fishy going on there, on the edges of his base. Looks like Great Coltini is going for a 1-1-1 and has Marines ready, waiting for that Reaper from Hollow Ghost, but Hollow Ghost is actually going through the main entrance. Checks out the wall, sees that everything seems to be more or less normal. And yeah, well, maybe we'll be trying to get into the base. Does see the Marines coming up. But yeah, the Reaper is not fast enough and actually does go down to those Marines. My Great Coltini is going for full aggression. There is no CC in the inside. Meanwhile, we do have a tank and a Liberator already on the way. First tank pops out and there will be more coming. Hollow Ghost does see the tank with the Reaper. Look, this is Demo, or no clone. It was a cast, okay? The conclusion of our cast was asking everyone if they were a fruit ninja, what fruit would they be? That's all I'm saying. For those who don't know, I would be the peach. I'm the peach ninja. Anyway, we have Great Coltini now sieging the natural base of Hollow Ghost. Hollow Ghost was busy harassing across the map, but it didn't really work out for him. Now this bunker is sieged, the SCV was destroyed already and there are only 2 Marines inside of it. The Liberator is sieging on top of the ramp as well and destroys the tank of Hollow Ghost. Very nicely done. The Viking will help with the defense there, but yeah, there's not a lot of firepower from Hollow Ghost. The SCVs are being pulled off the line, but the second tank of Great Coltini joins in. The Liberator is destroyed, but with 2 tanks over here, 12 workers going down, and Marines are streaming in. The Viking is forced to land to help with the defense. One of the tanks will be destroyed, but Hollow Ghost has no more units. There are some in production, there are these 2 Marines, there is a tank, but even if they finish, this will not be an easy defense. Barracks is under fire. It will be eventually destroyed, and the tank of Hollow Ghost is sieging up, so these Marines cannot stay on top of this ramp really. But Great Coltini is very successful in this siege. Both our players are queuing Liberators, which can definitely help in this engagement. But we will see who will be able to get there first. Another tank from Great Coltini coming up. But with this orange tank siege in the middle of the base, it will be hard to go up the ramp. Both Liberators are out at the same time. Oh, the Marines are going a bit too far. The factory of Hollow Ghost is currently on fire. It is forced to be lifted. Marines try to snipe the Liberator, but they move into the tank range. Regardless, they're able to focus the tank as the Liberator was busy repositioning, and GG is called. Great Coltini with this great siege was able to take down Hollow Ghost and bring the score to 1-1. We have a nice tied up series in this semi-final. Very nice. It's always fun to see those even games. Like, the thing is, like, it's not like, you know, super... It's not like this wasn't like, you know, this like siege lines versus siege lines kind of activity, you know, super macro, but like this was like still a little quirky, but it was very interesting, like some really strong strategies there. But definitely we see a certain trend with Great Coltini and Hollow Ghost as well. Like, it looks like Great Coltini is definitely the one who wants to be more offensive. He wants to be in the face of the enemy, while Hollow Ghost seems more defensive player, making sure that he scouts any proxies coming, making sure that his bases are secured. So definitely an interesting matchup there between our two Terran players. And we are now on Side Delta for the third map of our best of 3 semi-finals, looking at the first of our players. In the bottom right corner of the map we have the orange Terran, representing Team Solid. It is Hollow Ghost. And across the map it is his opponent, it is the blue Terran player from Canada. It's Great Coltini. Okay, chat, do you know who Coltini is? Is that like a personality? I should know. It sounds a bit like Houdini, but I don't know. I mean, it's just a name. This SCV does a little dance before it puts down the barracks. As again, no proxies. I mean, Side Delta is quite big. I am curious what Great Coltini comes up with this time. Because as I said, Hollow Ghost seems to be more defensive players. He's rather careful, like again, he's scouting for the proxies with the SCV. It seems to be Coltini who is the one, you know, with the initiative. Opting in for the more aggressive plays. But yeah, Fruit Ninja, are you still in the chat? Why Fruit Ninja? We need to know. Why Fruit Ninja? Why not Vegetable Ninja? Why Fruit Ninja? Why is that your name? So now we need to know. As it looks like once again Great Coltini is looking to be going for a 1-1-1. We'll see if it will be the same build as in previous game. Maybe something else. First Reaper of Hollow Ghost is going across the map. Because once again sees there is no natural base, and this time there is no strict wall here because the depot is used for walling off the Reaper ramp instead. But there are 2 marines to protect this entrance. Now Hollow Ghost is expanding on the low ground. And we'll have to prepare for defense because this looks very similar to previous game. Yeah, we have the Liberator immediately as the starport finishes. So this should be very similar to the push from previous game. Now the question is, can Hollow Ghost prepare better for it? He did not lose the Reaper, he is more careful with it, so he was able to scout. Oh, this depot actually is not blocking the ramp. A small mistake there from Great Coltini, and the Reaper is able to get into the base. So as the army is going across the map, the SCVs were in danger, but unfortunately the Reaper does go down. The CC is almost finished, but it will soon be under siege. The first tank of Hollow Ghost is already out though, and will be protecting this ramp. Ooh, the Marine is already taking a shot from the tank. SCV already ready to repair the bunker, even though there's been no damage to it yet. The Liberator sieges on the bunker and it will be salvaged. There is already a Viking out though, so it will be dealing with that, with the Liberator. The tank meanwhile is protecting from the Marines, and now there are just these 2 tanks to siege the base. But Hollow Ghost has 2 tanks of his own. With the scan, Great Coltini is able to take one of the tanks of Hollow Ghost, but both of his are going down, and now it's just the Liberator. There is a second Liberator reinforcing, there is more units coming as well, but Hollow Ghost has held. The natural base is being set up, and Great Coltini doesn't even have a command center, so he has to commit to this attack. He has to break Hollow Ghost, he has to break this defense. Looks like he's trying a bit of a different approach, the tank going into the 3rd base instead. Maybe trying to get the production with a scan. But the Vikings do see it. At the same time, one of the Liberators is going towards the main base of Hollow Ghost. Hollow Ghost doesn't quite pay attention to this as he has to focus on the defense, and SCVs will be going down. The Liberator will take the tank of Great Coltini though, so that siege of production does not come to pass actually. It looks like the Viking were able to chase off the Liberator from the mineral line. In the end, 3 SCVs did go down for Hollow Ghost, but 3 SCVs is not that many actually, as Hollow Ghost is way ahead in the economy. Liberator from Great Coltini sieges the ramp, but the ground army is not able to access it with these 2 tanks still present. Now one of them is in the range of Liberator. Hollow Ghost has to reposition farther back. One of the Liberators did go down, but it was the one more in the back, not the forward one. We now have a Raven up. Ooh, but one of the tanks of Hollow Ghost is very low, and it is being sniped. Still 2 tanks for Hollow Ghost. Hollow Ghost is able to buy macro while all of this is going on, by the way. He is switching buildings, changing add-ons. There's another tank on the ramp as well. Great Coltini is moving into the base. The SCVs are being pulled off the line and they're going towards the tanks, but actually they are being decimated by the Liberators. Yeah, Hollow Ghost, I think it was a bit of a premature pull maybe, because there was no units to support those SCVs. And now the Liberators are moving forward. The siege of Natural Base continues. The SCVs can no longer mine freely and the orbital command is under fire. Hologhost just tries to move forward, but every time he does, he takes a lot of damage on his units. Another tank is going down. But is it enough to break this siege? The Graven is also very low and it goes up eventually, but so does the Liberator. Now it's a Viking versus Viking, a tank versus tank, and that one extra Liberator from Great Coltini, but at the same time Hologhost lost 16 SCVs, the entire mineral line did go down. Now we're actually kind of even. I mean, this base cannot mine anyway. The orbital command has to be landed in the main base. It looks like Hologhost should be able to clean this up eventually, but there are more tank reinforcements and these two Vikings are not enough to deal with them. They will be taking down this one tank, but losing a Viking for it. But that said, with the tank gone, there is only one tank here in this siege and the Liberator and the Vikings have gone down. And that it looks like the siege of Great Coltini has finished. Hologhost was able to retake his base. He also scans across the map. He sees that Great Coltini does not have a base of his own. He is working on a command center, so he is not giving up this game yet. But it will be definitely much later than the one of Hologhost. He also has not completely given up on this siege. He's still rallying units across the map. Still making sure that Hologhost has to stay on his toes. But again, as all of this is happening, Hologhost's main base was not harassed in any way, so well, he was harassed a little bit. But for the most part, he was able to macro. He has the decent production setup. He's working on the upgrades. He's working on combat shields at the moment. Ooh, this tank was a bit misrallied. It will meet its demise. And now Hologhost feels confident enough to move forward. He sieges the siege lines of Great Coltini. We lose a few units for it. I think only the Viking actually. The Liberator was badly damaged but not destroyed. And yeah, the tanks are repositioning, the Vikings are moving forward, and it looks like Hologhost should be able to break this siege eventually. Even repair this Liberator, I think. A single Vikings are no match for the Viking army of Hologhost no longer. And the tanks of Great Coltini are starting to take damage. Well, that was a bit of an adventurous land there. I used to say this game is such a lovely mess. Yes, it's definitely something. Yes, tanks are falling left and right, Liberators as well. Like all the mech units going down, the Marines as well in the meantime. But I'm afraid that Hologhost has amassed enough army to defend the attacks from Great Coltini. I mean, those two tanks are still scary, but I don't think they're quite enough to stop our Orange Terran with 4 tanks of his own. The air superiority was also there on the side of Hologhost. Even though there are more reinforcements from Great Coltini, I think this should be over. With a steam moving forward, the tanks will be destroyed, so will be the Vikings. And there's no longer a standing army from Great Coltini. Hologhost will be taking the series 2-1 and moving on to the finals. So once again, GG to Hologhost. Very nice, very solid game is what I will say. Again, he is from Team Solid. Haha. But yeah, very solid game there where he is making sure that he is not like caught off guard by proxy. He's making sure to make very solid defense. And yeah, great plays there from Hologhost, and we'll be meeting Samir Duran in the finals. Let me quickly. Okay. So with that, let us quickly look at the bracket so you can get the sense of where we're at. As we had Samir Duran taking Captain Finish 2-0 and Hologos taking Great Coltini 2-1, and now the two of them will be meeting in the finals in a best of 5. But before that, we will have a 5-minute break, give a bit of rest to our players and get ready for the random participant raffle. So if you want to see who won the raffle this month, this week, then make sure to tune in right after this quick break. Make sure to get some drinks and snacks. Be right back. and welcome! Welcome to Duckling Open number 128, where we are getting ready for our grand finals of this month's event. But before that happens, we have something else we still have to do. Oh, as I realized that I didn't set something. Regardless, that went well. Regardless, before we go for our finals, we have something else that we still have to settle. It is the random participant raffle. As a reminder for those who don't know or maybe are here for the first time, we have random participant raffle, which is $5 granted to a random participant, as it says. It is any player who has completed at least one full series. It is completely random, so it can be someone in the finals, it can be someone who has lost in the first round. And it's, you know, it's our way to spread the love, as Light says, to spread the prize money a little bit, so even if you're not the top player of the tournament, you still have a chance to get something out of playing in these tournaments. Other than just, you know, practice. So without further ado, today we have 12 eligible participants. I believe we had no no-shows in the tournament. And we will find out which one of these players will be $5 richer. I will now randomize our list. And the players winning our raffle this time is Battle Pants. So congratulations to Battle Pants. Oh, hold on. There we go. Congratulations to Battle Pants. Make sure to join the Matcherino to receive your prize. And yeah, Battle Pants is the random participant raffle winner for this month. And now excuse me as I have to set up the casting tool because I definitely didn't forget that. Look, I was also taking a break, okay? Sometimes you just need a break. And it's perfectly fine, you know, taking breaks. You have to take care of your voice, of yourself. Okay, now we should be all set. Kasia coming there. So without further ado, we are now ready for our finals of this monthly Diamond tournament. This will be, as a reminder, a best of 5. I would say the player as well. A reminder, this is a best of 5. Ready? Are you ready? And every time I say "Are you ready?" I just have that one song in my head. I wonder if anyone in the chat can guess what song it is. Because we have so many different people of different eras, different music tastes, and I wonder if you can get the specific song that I'm thinking about. Will that show my age? We will see. In fact, there are 2 songs that come to my mind about Are You Ready? So if you can guess both of them, I mean, good job. Hologos is saying my eternal opponent. Something tells me that these two have met before. I mean, they might have played in our tournaments as well, but I feel like they have also played in other tournaments probably. As they are both from Europe. So welcome Great Coltini in the chat, the first time chatter. And yes, we do have the runner-ups in the raffle, but of course it is more how do I put it? It's a bit of a joke, you know, because obviously like there's only one winner in the raffle, but because a lot of people would be, you know, saying hashtag rigged or exclamation mark rigged in the chat, We decided to include this just to add a little bit more salt to it. Like, look, we're this close to getting there. That might have been my idea. Don't worry about it. But anyway, we are now in our finals. The finals of Duckling Open number 128. We are on Ghost River. And we are looking at the base of our purple... What? Okay, then. Oh, I'm falling apart. Purple Zerg player from Platinum Heroes. It's Samir Duran. Purple. You know, the color purple. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the orange Terran player from Team Solid. It's Hollow Ghost. Apparently representing Statman. So there you go. So what we're really seeing here is Statman versus Mar, backed up by Samir Duran. That's the matchup that we're seeing. Also, this is a very I feel like Terrans have given up on this SCV thing, because it used to be a thing where every time, every TVZ, there would be an SCV at the third base. But I feel like a lot of Terrans have given up on that. I mean, Zerg players have also learned of this, like they always send the Zerglings in, they always send the Queens into the third. And yeah, I feel like I've been seeing that SCV thing less often nowadays. But maybe it's just me. Maybe I just happen to be seeing the more crazy ZVTs or something. Of course, Samir Duran going for the usual, the 6 Zerglings into double expansion. Meanwhile, our Terran player going for... I was gonna say a Reaper expand. No, there is a Reaper. Okay, I was like, where's the Reaper? But the Reaper is here, so it was a Reaper expand, so also quite typical. All the Zerglings have been eliminated. As again, like this original Zergling force is not really, you know, to end the game or even to do a lot of damage. Like mostly Samir Duran is just poking the opponent to see if maybe you can catch somebody off guard. But Hollow Ghost, as we saw before, is quite good on the defense. The Reaper is coming in. The Queen is there to spot it. The second one will help, but yeah, regardless, he does get a decent scout of the main, not of the natural though, as the Roach Warren this time is in the natural base. So Hollow Ghost will not be able to see it. Hollow Ghost also going for a third command center before starport. In fact, there's no starboard inside at all, as this is a second barracks. At the same time, we have Hellions moving into the natural base, doing some drone roasting. 2 of them already going down. And the main base is also quite undefended, there's only 1 Queen there. 4 drones in total will be going down for sure. But after that, the roaches do pop out. And that's the end of Hellion harassment. We have the first roach horse. Oh my god, my brain is just... Roach force, not chat head. The first roach force is going across the map. The Hellions did spot it, I think. There is a bunker here, but the Marines were not in it. And even though then the roaches just skip the bunker entirely and go straight for the mineral line. At the same time, we have Hellions in the mineral line of the Zerg as well. But they are being dealt with eventually. The roaches though, the roaches are still in the natural Hollow Ghost. 6 SCVs went down and more are still dying. The bunker stands, but the bunker is not mobile. There are more Marines coming up and they will help with this defense, but there's actually not a lot of firepower here. The tank is stuck, it's trying to get to the battlefield, but it's not able through this depot. And it has to go all the way across the long way round. By the time the tank arrives, the roaches have been dealt with. Good job, buddy. This tank was really trying. But it will be now here for the defense of natural base of Hollow Ghost. The Overlord is chased away as well, and even though Hollow Ghost has suffered a lot of losses, like, he's not out of this yet, definitely. Well, good morning, Hydra. Nice to see you here in the chat as well. I say good morning, it's currently almost 2 PM in Europe. Samir Duran is preparing for the next phase, getting evolution chambers and a lair. Hollow Ghost will try to drop, and there is this new base here, so he has not seen it yet, but he may be able to get it down. There you go. I mean, as we know, Samir Duran does expand a lot, so especially if these players have played before, like, it's definitely to be expected. But speaking of vision, Hollow Ghost actually plays on the same color scheme that I do. That's interesting. Curse of the Queens will be going down, but there are so many behind it, and they will be helping with this defense. The Medivac does go down, so these Marines have no way to escape this base. They will take 2 drones with them, so that's nice for Hollow Ghost, but not a lot of damage has been done. That base has been definitely the biggest win, the biggest victory of those Marines, of that Marine drop. But yeah, because as some of you may know, you can set the colors in game as you choose, and I also have the light blue, or some people call it teal, versus orange, because I think those are the best, like the most visible colors in the game, and also I just like blue. So yeah, I have the same color scheme. What does Samir Duran have? Now we have to know. He also has blue versus orange. Interesting. Looks like people have been catching up to that idea. Very, very interesting. Like, I just set it up because, like, I just like those 2 colors and I thought they were very, very visible. But yeah, it's interesting to see that the players also agree with that opinion. Once again, Samir Duran trying to set up that base, but there's another double Medivac drop coming this way. Scanning for the creep. This time the Zerglings are here to defend. Ooh, but actually Samir Duran is getting supply block. Losing a few too many overlords for his liking. But Hive is now on the way. We have upgrades, mostly melee, mostly. We have melee upgrades, so it looks like the Link Bane definitely will be on the menu for a longer time. For now it's doing a good job at keeping this double drop at bay. And the 4th base for Samir Duran has been set up. It is now starting to be mined. Another 2 Medivacs are joining in. Looks like Hollow Ghost wants to pull Samir Duran apart, try to split his attention as much as possible, but he is losing some of these Marines. It's definitely not ideal. So we have 2 Medivacs here on the top side of the map. We have these 2 Medivacs here, but again, those are 2 Medivacs, but they also have 2 Marines. So, you know, not ideal. Definitely a few too many losses for Hollow Ghost, and suddenly that the drop is not all that dangerous. Regardless, it still is something that will be annoying Samir Duran, and requires him to pull his attention to different sides of the map. In the meantime though, Samir Duran is working on all sorts of tech. We have Ultra Den, we have Spire. I mean, so is Hologos. He has the production set up. We're getting upgrades. And now this is a mighty army with a lot of Widow Mice to add. These Widow Mice do have to dig in, and there may be a lot of friendly fire, so Hologos has to be very careful about how he plays this engagement. I mean, it is a mostly Lingbane army. There's so many overseers in this army, that is crazy. And the Lingbane does roll in, the Marines move back, and ooh, all the Banings have been exploded by the Widow Mice. There are just a few left, but so was the tank. I believe one tank survived. No, the second tank was also taken down, so these are just the Marines with the Widow Mice. There's no support for them other than the Medivacs. But they have to march forward. They have to catch Samir Duran off guard. They have to catch him while he doesn't have the units back up and run. But there are so many queens here for the defense. How many queens do we have? We have 20 queens for the defense of these bases, so even when Samir Duran loses his entire army, the brood mothers are there to defend. Hologos, of course, has reinforcements of his own, and they are slowly coming across the map. But that gives time to Samir Duran. The ultras are out. The chitin's plating is not finished yet, so they are not in their full might, but they're still quite dangerous. We have Liberators now to help with this siege. Definitely a good choice against mostly ground units, although, you know, Lingbane is not ideal, but versus Ultras it should be helpful, but there are so many of them. The Bio army has to kite back. So far it's way away from the Liberators, and the Ultras are still chasing. There's pretty much one Ultra for every Marine or Marauder here. And the Zerg army is pushing back. It looks like Samir Duran will now attack the Terran at their home. This base has been denied by creep, so Hologos is still on 3 bases. And the Ultras are rolling in. We have Corruptors against the Medivacs as well. So there will be no healing for this Bio army either. The SCVs are starting to fall. The fight happens in the mineral line. Eventually there's enough to stop Samir Duran for now, but 11 workers have been lost, and yeah, I mean, Samir Duran didn't lose his entire army. Like, he's just gonna remax on what he needs, just, you know, refine the army, add what he was lacking, and he will attack again, while Hologos is has to like make sure he has the reinforcements queued, because yeah, his position is a bit shaky at the moment. Looks like he has a bit more time to do so though. The base should eventually be set up. Also Hologos working on Ghost Academy. So there will be finally Ghost for some snipes as well. Oh, this is one adventurous tank. So this is sound. I know, that was a great shot. Anyway, one of the queens spreading creep does go down, but this army has to be careful because the entire Zerg army is actually on the bottom of the map, and it may trap this army here. I mean, the Corruptors will deal with the Medivacs, but Corruptors are not the ideal army, but now the Banelings and the Ultras are joining in, but they are being kited back. And with the defensive setup of Hologos, once again, Hologos really good at the defense. The Zerg army is not able to break in. Something tells me we will be here for a while. Duran, of course, setting up another base. Going up to 5. Small force of the Terran bio is going across the map, but mostly I assume for creep fearing and the likes. Catching some stray queens is definitely nice. And that actually triggers the entire army of Samir Duran to respond, which is very interesting. The Widow Mines will help to secure this position. A lot of the Link Bane is lost before it's even able to attack, but now the Banelings roll in and look at the distraction just from the Banelings alone. The Ultras are still alive, but they are being slowly taken down. The Planetary Fortress has put in a lot of work as well, and it is being prepared. And now this is the time for Hologhost to attack. I mean, Samir Duran has lost most of his army in this engagement, so it will take a little bit to be rebuilt. Not too long, of course, but that is a bit of a window there. Looks like Hologhost is planning to use it, but at the same time as this is happening, Broodlords are being morphed. And this army may have a hard time against them. Now there are a few ghosts, so there will be some snipes available, but there's also Link Bane to support. There are the queens too. And it's just very difficult for this ground army to get to the Zerg. Snipes are actually used on the Corruptors. But the Broodlords are moving forward, even though the Corruptors are pretty much gone. Like, the Broodlords is what will destroy this army. The Liberators will definitely help in the fighting, but they are still focusing the Corruptors. Hologhost once again has to move away. He was trying to expand to this base, but that will not be happening anytime soon. And those two Liberators are not able to deal with the Broodlords fast enough. They are moving forward. There are some snipes going down, but it's not quite enough. This base is now overrun by the Zerg. The new command center does go down. The Planetary Fortress still stands though, but it's slowly being overwhelmed. Now there are infestors in the mix too. That said, the Broodlords have been mostly dealt with. The snipes have been going down. And with the Broodlord threat over, the Zerg army does not have a staying power here. So just barely, this base is saved. Of course, we lost a lot of the other buildings that's been around. This command center, or orbiter rather, has been saved. The Zerglings are going towards the top side of the map though. The wall is not quite a wall and they're able to stream into the natural base. There are no resources here, but there are still some workers. It's also this Ghost Academy, so that would be a great pickup for Samir Duran. A second one is already being made to replace it. This army of ghosts is all that there is there to defend from the Zerglings, and the Zerglings are not being cleaned up. At the same time, we had a bunch of SCVs dying. So Hologhost not quite able to respond to all the threats at the same time. You know what would be great, chat? If I suddenly got hiccups while casting? Amazing. I love it. As we have another Baneling roll by and actually destroys the planetary completely. That was enough Banelings to take down the base. And now SCVs have to long distance mines. I mean, there are those two command centers in production there, but they're not ready yet. Oh, and a nice fungal there as well from Samir Duran. This mostly ghost army actually cannot really stay here. It needs to set up a better position. We have Thors added to the mix. We have a lot of Liberators too. And to see this mining situation. It's just a lot of SCVs going all around. Once again, Hollow Ghost is trying to push in, setting up these Liberator zones farther and farther away. But there's still a strong ground army for Hollow Ghost. Still so many Banelings, and the Ghosts are slowly starting to die. The Broodlords have survived, the Ultras did as well, and now this Ghost army is not enough to stop them. But the Liberators do help. There are Vikings now as well, so the air army has to be careful. Yeah, the Ghosts are going down to the Broodlings. Definitely not ideal for Hollow Ghost. Nice EMP on the Queens. There will be no transfuses available anytime soon. Ooh, a missed fungal there. At the same... Okay, Duran. Putting an entire hatchery there to stop the Terran base. I see. But at the same time, as Hollow Ghost was distracted, the Zerg army has run into this frontal base and looks like it will take it. The orbital is in danger too, and this Zerg army is not stopping. There is creep on the base of Hollow Ghost to make it just a bit more difficult. Now we have this Zerg air army going forward. The Infestors have been rendered useless after an EMP, so they will not be helping in this fight, but we still have so many Broodlords here. And with that, Samir Duran will be taking game number 1 of this best of 5 series. And this is when I remembered that I didn't start predictions. Look. I was doing so well on the beginning of the stream, and now it's all falling apart. We have Hydra cheering for Samir Duran in the chat. I believe they are teammates, right? What team is Hydra on? Hydra. Come on, Wikipedia. Oh no, Hydra is not on the team with me. Okay, never mind. We are getting ready for our game number 2. We are on Oceanborn. We're in the bottom right corner of Ocean 1. We have the first of our players. It is the purple Zerg player representing Platinum Heroes. It's Samir Duran. And across the map we have the orange Terran player from Team Solid. It's Hollow Ghost. Is Dino saying, I mean, this is pretty good control. Are we sure this is Diamond? See, that's the thing. I really like this quote, and I will repeat that for a long time. But when Hearthstone was doing the rank roulette, actually I'm not sure if that's still going on. But when Hearthstone was doing rank roulette, is something he has discovered over several episodes, is that players in, like, say Diamond, but even lower than that, like amateur players are often very good at very specific things. So for example, you will have a player who is crazy at micro, but like his macro is just not that good. Or like, I don't know, he's just really good at making supply depots, but like he doesn't really know how to control the army. Like, it's just not his best area. And like basically the difference between the amateur players and the pro players is that you have to, like, you know, more or less like polish those skills in all the areas. Obviously, like, you will be better at one thing and worse at the other, but like you have to get all of those skills to some decent level, and that's when you climb up the ranks. So that's why sometimes a lot of like Diamond players and below will have amazingly good skills and like some specific areas. It's just that like it takes to balance all of those skills to climb up. Yes, we have a Turax from Hollow Ghost. So we have a bit more of an aggressive response this time to the playstyle of Samir Duran. Samir Duran, of course, sees that with an Overlord, so he should be prepared. The Zerglings are staying at home, and he is not taking that third base. At the same time, Hollow Ghost is expanding, so this will not be some crazy cheese or anything, just an opening. Two Reapers, and now 3 Reapers are harassing this natural base. There's only Queen here to defend, and with 3 Reapers, actually, Hollow Ghost feels adventurous enough to oppose it as well. His hatchery, of course, won't be going down anytime soon, but still putting quite a lot of damage on it, and now taking down the drones. The drones have gone down already. These Reapers will be cleaned up, but still, that's a nice little opening for Hollow Ghost. And he does have that production already set up for the next follow-up. And concussive shells have just finished, so these Marauders will definitely be quite strong. Meanwhile, Samir Duran is going for Roach Warren as usual, but this time without that third base. So I guess we will see how things differ when Samir Duran is not able to set up that economy early. He's not able to expand as much as he wants. And, you know, Hollow Ghost is on a very similar economy, if not better. Looks like both our players are progressing with their builds. Hollow Ghost setting up more production. Getting a third command center as well, but Samir Duran is prepared for an attack. He's getting the Zerglings across the map. The roaches are slowly rolling in as well. There is a bunker though, and a wall set up for Hollow Ghost. So we'll see if this is enough to stop the Zerg force. The wall is open, so the Zerglings had a chance to go in, but they decided to focus on the army instead. The bunker goes down, and with a GG's called, Samir Duran is up to 0 in this series already. Wow. I was actually shocked because Holocaust is very confident in his defense generally, but this time he was just caught off guard. He was not able to get the defense setup that he wanted, and yeah, it just didn't work out for him. And with that, we're swiftly going into game number 3. Once again, this is a best of 5 series, so Samir Duran only needs one more win to take this entire series and the tournament, while Hollow Ghost cannot lose any more games if he wants to continue. So we are now loading into the third map of this best of 5 series. Potentially the final map. We will find out. Again, Hologos is a very strong defensive player, I feel like, so maybe the aggressive playstyle didn't really work out for him, but I mean, at the same time, in the first game, you know, he was a bit more defensive, but that had its own issues. But anyway, we are now on side delta, and in the bottom right corner of side delta, we have the purple Zerg player from Tatium Heroes. It's Samir Duran. And across the map, it is his opponent. It is the orange Terran player. I almost said Protoss for some reason. Representing Team Solid, it is Hollow Ghost. And we have a deviation here from the regular. Samir Duran actually went for gas first. This is not his usual greedy build. Not his usual free hatcheries. This is something way more aggressive. And we will find out how he wants to use it. Will it be just a Bane Bust? Will it be just like a drone pool rush? Because he has 12 full drone pool, but I don't think that's that with that second base coming up. But we're definitely going for something way more aggressive in game number 3. So let's see it. We have the first 6 Zerglings on the way. Question is, will it be just the typical 6 Zerglings or will we be seeing more? I mean, the speed is already on the way. Meanwhile, Hologos is finishing his wall with a factory. Also went for a Marine first, no Reaper this time. I guess once again Hologos taking a bit more defensive position over there, and I mean he will need it because it looks like Samir Duran is really willing to be aggressive this time. Unfortunately for him, he did lose that Overlord, which does supply block him for quite a while. And he's going... oh, okay. He's going into double gas and to roaches anyway, so... we still go into roaches. It's still gonna be roaches from the Zerg versus the Terran, but it's slightly different build than usual. You know, the Marines are actually going down, the last of them does, and the SCVs are forced off the line to fight the Zerglings. This command center is delayed quite a lot. 2 SCVs went down too. We also have this one Helion, mostly for scouting purposes, going across the map. Maybe it can roast a drone or two. It does scout the lack of the third base, which again is unusual for Samir to run. And I guess the Helion will stay there to see if there's an attack coming, but will now move into the natural, and Hologos sees there are no drones on the natural, only one actually. Which once again is not usual, but the roaches are already out, so this is a committed attack. The Zerglings are on the way, so are the roaches, Ravagers are transforming. Hologos has to prepare defense. I mean, he has a good wall, although with the add-ons, which is not ideal. He's getting that bunker set up. He's getting a Cyclone next, and the Marauders. The Starboard just finished, it has no add-on. Can you make Banshees without an add-on? I don't think you can, right? Like, I don't... because, like, usually Terrans go for Cloak Banshees, so they always have the add-on, but I'm correct in saying that you cannot make the Banshee without the add-on, right? Someone fact-check me. Anyway, the Zerglings and the Roaches are moving across the map. The Cyclone is out, the second one is on the way. The bunker is set up, although it is empty. And Samir Duran is gathering forces in front of the base of the Terran. Hologos knows that the attack is coming, trying to scout further with the Cyclone, but can't quite see the army. But now it is moving in. Again, the forces are being set up, the bunker is now filled. The Helions are trying to do what they can, but versus Ravagers it's a bit difficult. The bunker goes down, the add-on is in danger, but it is being repaired. The Ravagers are trying to snipe buildings in the wall, they're not quite able to do this, the repairs are on point. The depot is being destroyed now, but it was being opened. And now the Zerglings will stream into the natural base. There's still one Ravager left as well. The Cyclones are trying to defend the SCVs. 6 of them will go down though. But with that, it looks like the Helions were able to burn the Zerglings and the rest of the units helped out as well. The last Ravager falls down and Hologhost holds. Of course, there were some losses. It wasn't a completely perfect defense. The 8 SCVs total have been down. We lost a few units as well in this defense, but definitely not as bad as it could have been, so overall pretty solid. Yes, I will keep saying solid, even though his team is Team Solid. But now the Hologos has all these Helions and they have nothing else to do. They actually are forcing the cancel on this third base from Samir Duran. Hologos will push forward into Samir Duran's base. He's also destroying the Overlords on the way, which is supply blocking Samir Duran quite a bit. 3 Overlords are on the way, but there are a few Roaches out already. And I don't know if this is enough army to fight this, but this is a very good strategy there from Hologos, trying to pull attention of Samir Duran to 2 different places. The Helions will be going in the main base. There are no queens here, so the drones are completely defenseless for now, and as soon as Samir Duran pulls the Roaches up here, the main attack will be going into the natural. So we cannot forget that as all of this is happening, Hologos is actually preparing BCs, even with Yamato on the way. So this will be a very different game to what we have seen previously. But unfortunately for Hologos, he wasn't actually able to do all that much damage, and the army of the Zerg is once again marching across the map. The BC though has walked in straight into the main base of Samir Duran. The queens are here to defend, but the drones have been already taken. The first of the queens will fall, the transfuse was not enough to save it. But Hologos has to worry about his base now. Once again, the front of the natural is under siege. There are Roaches now with Ravagers, not that many Zerglings anymore. And there's nothing to defend from them. The Helions are not good enough for this strong army. And Samir Duran doesn't stop, goes straight for the main base. Straight for the starports, making the BCs. And the next BC does pop out, so just barely is able to come out of the starport, but I don't think a single BC will be able to clean this entire roach army before it does too much damage. 15 SCVs down as well. And again, these roaches will be cleaned up eventually, but they have done so much damage here. The second BC also was waiting for the teleport to cooldown to wear off, so it took a while before it was able to join in for the defense. 26 SCVs down total. And yeah, I mean, again, Hologos has held, but this was a costly fight. A lot has been lost. Something that's not shown in battle report are the buildings. One of the starports did go down, as did the add-on for it. Another one was barely saved. And it looks like Hologos will be transitioning into mech. Getting more factories down, more starports still. And the BC is once again on the hunt. But now there are so many sports, there are the queens, Spire has just finished. So I don't think the BCs will be able to do that much damage. Ooh, what? We also have Hellbats in the main base. That's definitely a nice little attack over there. Got 3 drones, which is pretty nice. Fortunately not able to get much more though with the splits of the Zerg. Okay, chat, what is this upgrade? I genuinely don't know what this upgrade is. Look, I don't play Terra. I don't recognize this image. Someone help. It does not come up very often, does it? BC once again has to go back home. It's not quite able to deal with the Queen army. The second BC will try to come in, but I mean, it will face the Corruptors together with the Queens. So yeah, has to move back to the main army. So you had some people in the chat are saying that they're not sure about the Banshee. I mean, yeah, when you start thinking about it, like, that's when you doubt things. Hologos was able to set up the third base, and this attack from Samir Duran doesn't look that scary actually. We have so many Cyclones over here. And yeah, GG is called. Just with that defense, Hologos takes the game and still has a fighting chance. It is currently 2-1 for Samir Duran. So I guess what we learned in this game is that economy, those early bases, the drone saturation is definitely important for the Zerg. Because as a reminder, this game started from Samir Duran going for gas pool into hatch instead of his usual more greedy build. So the economy definitely is important in this matchup. He was not able to remake quite the same army as usual, and in the end, that was enough for Hologos to take this game. I see the chat caught up to the upgrade. I actually have no idea what the Terran upgrade is. Like, I don't recognize the image. It's the free cake for everyone upgrade. Okay, I stop. Because it's something with a factory. Like, I'm not sure what kind of upgrades we have for factory now, because we have Blue Flame, but Blue Flame is obvious. We don't have Magfield anymore. Like, is there another upgrade? Oh, I have to look it up. How can I look it up? StarCraft 2 Terran upgrades. Is this up to date? Okay. Just gonna look for the image. Ah, there you go. It is Cyclone Speed. It's the Hurricane engines. I just don't think I've ever seen the image for it. Okay, so it was Hurricane engines. So without further ado, welcome to Golden Aura. Yes, we are here. Looking at the base of our purple Zerg player. From Platinum Heroes, it is Samir Duran. And across the map we have our orange Terran player from Team Solid. I pressed the button too fast. It's Hollow Ghost. Looks like Samir Duran is back to his regular build. He does realize that maybe that economy choice was not ideal. Definitely likes to have his hatcheries early. Likes to have his drones. Meanwhile, Hollow Ghost once again sending that scouting SCV across the map. Looks like it will be a regular Reaper expand from the side of the Terran. So Hollow Ghost was not able to deny that third base as it was in the linear location, and he decided to go for the front one. It's so fast that we don't see the icon for it. Ah. No, but seriously, I don't think I've ever seen that in game. But also, like, I often don't watch a lot of streams, like, I often listen to streams, so that's maybe part of it. So Zerglings reach the Terran side of the map and they will cause some problems in the natural. The SCV has to escape, so the command center will be delayed. I mean, that is basically the goal of this. Ooh. At the last moment, the SCP did try to return, and that's when it melts nice. But yeah, that's generally the purpose of these Zerglings, is just to cause some delays in the base of the Terran. Like, they're not meant to do too much damage. Meanwhile, as usual, Sami Duran is going for roaches, this time on 3 bases. Of course, still working on his saturation. The Reaper will come in. I don't know if we saw the roach warren. Because it's once again in the natural base, yeah, and the Reaper wasn't quite able to see it, so... Logos was not able to scout the roach warren, but he doesn't scout anything else either, so... I feel like it's a decently safe guess that there will be roaches. And now he will see it. Made sure to path straight into the natural this time. And the roach warren has been discovered. We have some Hellions on the way for harassment. The third base has not been droned yet, and the roaches are already in production, so I don't think these Hellions will have much luck. They do find some drones in the natural though, and 3 of them do get roasted. First of the Hellion has fallen down though, but the main base is now undefended. 5 drones total going down, and more are still burning. So overall, despite the defenses from Samir Duran, 12 drones have been roasted. Very nicely done there from Hollow Ghost. And, you know, good bit of damage there. These 3 roaches are now trying to go into the natural base, but there's a tank already, there's a bunker set up as well. So they won't be able to get any damage done on the Terran. And yeah, Hollow Ghost is really... has a really solid setup, huh? I will never run away from this. I will never escape. Meanwhile, Samir Duran is changing once again into Banelings. I mean, we have seen him play this before, the Roach Baneling kind of composition. And that seems to be what he's going for this time. The 4th hatchery is on the way. 3rd is still being saturated. And Hollow Ghost is getting a 3rd of his own. It was initially Hurricane Thrusters, but was changed to engines. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why they changed it was because Subsaurian, like, you know, complained on Twitter enough. Kappa. I think it was Subsaurian, right? Anyway, I mean, everybody was putting it down, but... I mean, maybe not everybody, that's too far. But yeah, Subsaurian definitely is the knowledgeable one. And we have a Hydra then on the way as well. I do wonder if it's just for some kind of Roach Hydra or if we're going straight to Lurkers. We have seen Lurkers used earlier today. But I will say that Samir Duran is generally not one to go into the Hydra direction. Usually he sticks to roaches, but yeah, the Lurker then is already on the way, so it looks like it will be roach bailing Lurker? Question mark? We'll see soon enough. As Holocaust opted for a very bio-heavy army, mostly Marines, no Marauders pretty much. Yeah, we had 29 Marines at the moment. We have a double Medivac drop. It does get scouted by Samir Duran. There's even a drone at the watchtower. He did trust me on this one. Shaking my head, I think. So looks like this drop is being defended by the Zerg. The Zerglings are keeping a close eye on those Medivacs. I will end you. Right, you're trying, but you're not quite there yet. But good attempts. Good attempts. As the Terran army is marching forward, taking down queens and... I was gonna say there was maybe a temporary supply, but actually no. I mean, Samir Duran still has a lot of overlords available, so it doesn't look like it will be supply blocking him anytime soon. But Hologos has a nice setup, has those two tanks. Pert joining in now. Again, the number of Marines worries me a little bit, especially with Lurkers on the horizon, but if he's not caught off guard, if he does scan, there's a possibility he just, you know, steams forward and takes down the entire army. He sees the Lurkers now with the scan. One of the Lurkers is going on the ramp as well, trying to catch the back of the army, but it gets caught by a Widow Mine instead. Lurker, where are you going? Okay. Oh no, not all of the long distance mining workers! This one Lurker waddled all the way across the map just to get these few SCVs here. Fortunately for the SCVs, they are not really lining up, so he's not able to actually kill any of them. But that could have ended really badly for Hologos there. That was so funny to see, by the way, that the SCVs were just dodging the spines just by moving normally. That did pull the army of Hologos back home though. So a bit of the pressure has been taken away from the Zerg, but only for a while. And there is a Nidus now in the base of Hologos, but there is a tank prepared. The Nidus should not be going down. Or up. It should be going down. English, why are you like this? Oh, as we have the entire Zerg army focusing on this Terran force. There's nice wave here on top of the ramp, but is that enough? The Banings are now rolling into the bio, the tanks are not sieged, and the entire Terran army is destroyed. Some of it was saved in the medivacs, but not a lot. You know, the Zerg army is marching forward. There are a few lurkers in this army, but they're all the way on the back. It's mostly the Link Hydra here that is doing the damage. Sorry. Now the lurkers were able to set up, and they will be here wedging in between these bases, making it more difficult for Hologos to engage as the rest of the army is destroying the base. We have some mispathing here and there, but ooh, the lurkers are actually going down, which is very unfortunate. It's mostly the Hydras now, and the Hydras are not a strong enough power force to defeat this Terran army. So again, Hologos suffered quite a lot of losses, but does hold the base. Also 5 lurkers went down, so that's definitely not insignificant. Samir Duran has to remake some of those. But yeah, his army does not look that strong, like it's lacking some of the beefy units, like the Hydras are nice in their DPS, but if they are being steamed over, they're not really that much of a match for the Marines. Not in those numbers. We have this double drop sneaking in from the north side. Another part of the army is on the bottom of the map. It's a freshly set up base, but it's already saturated by Samir Duran. And being alerted by the Overlord, the entire army from Samir Duran is moving to this location. There are Vipers now, join this army. But I mean, this is just a bio army, like it doesn't really need all of that attention. At the same time, the rest of the army, I mean a small bit of the army once again is going from the bottom side, a lot of the medivacs here. Using the distraction on the top side of the map to push forward into the Zerg bases, taking down some queens, but overall not doing that much damage. And I mean, there are quite a few tanks in the base of Hollow Ghost, which is great. We have ghosts as well, already ready and full of energy. Oh, this is a very ambitious expansion as the Zerg army is moving this way, and this CC will be in danger. Yeah, it has to move back immediately. The tanks are sieging, the ghosts are ready, and they will be sniping the lurkers. But there's still the rest of the army coming in. The Hydras are destroying the tanks and they are moving forward. There are still a few lurkers in this mix. They're of course on the back, so they're not really doing the damage, but the Hydras, the Zerglings are moving forward. They are dealing with the tanks. But it's not quite enough still. Like, those are very difficult defense positions for Hollow Ghost, but he is holding, he is managing to build this army. And every time Samir Duran is losing quite a lot. They have a small migration of overlords. Looks like Samir Duran is preparing to get some infestors into the mix. Hollow Ghost meanwhile is able to set up another base. Currently on 5 bases. Of course the main is already mined out. And the natural is about to be. As we have another link reinforced. The CC is forced to be lifted and the workers will be going down, but the tanks are there to defend the rest. 8 SCVs go down in this attack, but the base is saved. Now this ghost army with the support of a few tanks is marching forward against the Zerg. A bit adventurous as it does meet the banelings. The Hydras will get sniped though. But now come in the lurkers. These ghosts are in a very dangerous territory. They of course try to snipe any lurker they can, but this is a very risky play from Hollow Ghost. Now the lurkers and Zerglings are marching into this base. The tanks are trying to help, but they are a little bit stuck. At the same time, more lurkers go straight into the mineral line. So once again, Hollow Ghost has some very tricky situation to deal with, but he does hold the base And he doesn't even lose that much. 2 SCVs did go down to this attack. I mean, some of the units from the army as well. But overall, he's doing pretty well. Durant saturating more bases. Currently up on 6. Again, main base has already been mined out and Natural is about to be as well. That said, Samir Duran is already at 90 workers, so that is quite a lot. This small marine force will try to help with that, as 10 drones do go down. I think some of them might have been sent across the map, I'm not quite sure because I don't think the marines took this many drones all on their own. But yeah, maybe Samir Duran has realized also that that is a bit, maybe a bit excessive on the workers. Olga's preparing a siege location here with the siege tanks, with the liberators. The ghosts are pacing back and forth. At the same time though, he does lose some SCVs. Not sure where, I'll be honest. Must have been like a link, like Baneling ground by or something. Ooh, the EMPs blanket the queen, so there will be no energy for transfusers, but more is coming. The overseers come forward to tank the widow mines, and the lurkers are coming from the side. But all of the lurkers do get dealt with, and the queens go down as well. Oh sorry, the lurkers survive. They were just very low on health, and as soon as it's scanned, they do go down. And with that, GG is called. Hollow Ghost will be tying this series 2-2. Very nicely done there from Hollow Ghost. And yeah, we are in a tied up series in the finals. We will be going into game 5. So Captain Fish, if you're still in the chat, apparently this is how you can defeat Samir Duran as Terran. But yeah, very nicely done there from Hollow Ghost. Definitely a very strong player in this tournament. And we just have one game left, one map. And whoever takes it will be the champion of Duckling Open, numbered 128. We're about to be ready to go into game number 5. And welcome to game number 5 of these finals of our monthly Diamond and Below tournament. We are now on Amphion, where in the bottom left corner we have our purple Zerg player representing Platinum Heroes. It is Samir Duran. And on the top side of the map we have the orange Terran player representing Team Solid. It is Hollow Ghost. Just want to say that chat is going in a very dangerous territory. That's all I'm gonna say. So chat, be careful. Be careful. Anyway, it looks like Samir Duran is back to his typical, going for the pool first. Muppet, you broke my brain. We have C Duckling Open, but when is the A and B Ducklings open? Yes. Aistan, is that you? Do we have another one to add to the team? Because we have Aistan, Steel Mode. Should we add Muppet too? It looks like once again Hollow Ghost does block that third base for Samir Duran, this time with a supply depot too. He has tried that before and worked out for him this time. Samir Duran was forced to take this very forward third base. SCV also scouts the main base of the Zerg. And yeah, it looks like Hollow Ghost is free to go for a Reaper expand. The Reaper does meet the Zerglings though, so it's actually not able to scout at all. And that forces Hollow Ghost to straight up cancel the CC. That's terrifying. So that poor SCV stuck on the other side of the wall was not able to get in time. The single Marine will try to defend from the Zerglings. And the SCVs have to be pulled off the line to help with the repair. But they cannot repair an add-on that has not finished, so the Zerglings do get in. The hold position will keep them at bay though. And 2 SCVs are lost, which is unfortunate. But it could have been so much worse. Still, it does hurt quite a lot that Hollow Ghost had to cancel this almost finished command center. So definitely a great start from Samir Duran. Of course he was inconvenienced by this base being blocked, but overall he did get his revenge. Once again, we do have a Roach Warren on the way, so we will be seeing roaches soon enough. Meanwhile, we have Cyclones from the side of Hollow Ghost. The factory has no add-on, of course, so it won't be too committed for now. One of the Cyclones has already finished though, and it is going across the map. They are multiplying. Oh no. Oh no. Cyclone being annoying, dealing with the Overlord. The pool was not enough to save it. Boba has to be careful about these roaches coming up. Yeah, the Cyclone is caught a bit off guard in the middle of the map. I mean, it does distract the roaches, so the defense will be that much easier for Hollow Ghost, but yeah, the kiting has to be good. He has to focus on keeping that Cyclone alive. Ooh, but the SCVs, they're not able to escape the roaches and they actually help with the defense instead. This one Cyclone is very low and it does go down. We have a second cycle in this defense together with the Hellions and Marines. The SCVs are trying to help as well, but 8 of them will be going down, so... Once again, Hollow Ghost is staying alive, he is keeping his bases safe, but not without losses. That said though, that was the army of Samir Duran. Like, he is just going for the macro from here, like he's saturating his bases. He doesn't quite have the standing army. Once again, Queens will be his defense, but he doesn't really have any offensive power. One Hellion will go across the map for scouting purposes, checks that this base was indeed taken. Goes all the way into the main base and sees the lair, sees the binding nest already being on the way. So Hologos knows what to prepare for, but does he have the time to prepare? As there are Zerglings going across the map, the Cyclones do get surrounded by Zerglings quite easily. The Banshee has also alerted Hologos to what was happening and he was able to get his units in position. And once again, we are getting BCs. I am not sure if Samir Duran was able to scout it. Oh, so I say that as the overall detail just flies over the main base. So he should be aware of what's going on. At least have some kind of an inkling. That said, he did not see the fusion core itself. So, I mean, he can still think that this is like Banshees or something. As we did see one Banshee already out. But we will see. Base is finally taken by Samir Duran as well, going up to 4. Some Hellions on the way, looking for some BBQ. But they will also be pleased with some Zerglings. At the same time, the first BC teleports straight into the main base and it has had some help from the landed Viking. Drones are starting to go down, the Spore is being taken down as well. The Banshee even joins in this attack. Very interesting composition from Hologos. At the same time, this 4th base is in danger as the Cyclones went all the way across the map to harass as well. And while it is very low, the Cyclones will fall prey to the Zerglings. So this hatchery is in danger. Like, if there is an attack, it can potentially be taken down quite easily. But it does survive for now. Hologos starting to mine out this mineral wall, trying to access the bases towards the Zerg. He has this BC patrolling around, getting some creep cleaning done at least. Good news for Samir Duran is that he is currently up in upgrades. Already having 1-1, one of them being melee. Anyway, it doesn't look like Hologos is getting upgrades of his own. He does have Blue Flame, but no armor or attack upgrades. Only getting the vehicle attack right now. We have a 5th base from Samir Duran being set up, and an Ultra Den. Or Ultra is Cavern. Meanwhile, there's this huge Cyclone Force going across the map. It did go through the mineral line wall. Of course, these minerals are not mined out yet. At least it did cause some damage to Samir Duran, and he did lose a few overlords. Not enough to supply block him though. I have just found a bug. This is a bug, right? The fact that this is lifted? Oh well. People with OCD don't look. Anyway, the cyclones are now moving in. The passage is open and they're going straight forward this forward base. Towards this forward base of the Zerg. They do have tanks and the BC for backup. So Samir Duran decides to completely abandon this base and fortify his position farther down. One Ultra tries to stop this entire attack, but it's not quite enough to do so. Despite the valiant effort. And now the Cyclones are moving in. Once again, we have some Hellbat with Blue Flame as well. The plus one vehicle attack has finished. One tank stays behind, kinda as a distraction to the Zerg army marching forward, but now up the ramp the Zerglings are melting, the Ultras are starting to go down. There are still Banelings on the way. But the Cyclones are kiting all of this. I mean, a lot of units have been lost, but it looks like the Cyclones should be enough to deal with these Ultras. And the entire Zerg army is no more. At the same time, Hologos was able to set up this base on the left side with a planetary, no less. But Samir Duran is working for the next phase. He is getting greater inspired, so there will be Broodlords coming. There's also this hatchery for reinforcements. This will once again be a close game between the two. Looks like the Ultras do trash the entire base with the planetary and they are moving forward. There are Cyclones to help out with the defense, but there are so many Ultras this time and Blinding Clouds go on top of the tanks too. The Ultras will destroy this base as well. Does Hologos have enough to defend from this Link Ultra army? The Vipers are helping to pull in the units hiding behind the buildings as well. GG is called and looks like Samir Duran, after a full best of 5 series, will be the champion of Duckling Open number 128. So once again, congratulations to Samir Duran. A great series from both of our players. Quickly message the players to make sure that they don't miss the Macherino, because that's how you get your prize money. But yeah, congratulations to Samir Duran. Really great series there from our Zerg player. And also great effort from Hologos as well. Like, this was a really close series and till the very end I believe that Hologos could take it. But in the end he was overpowered by the army of Samir Duran. He was a bit out macroed in the end. The Ultra Remax did get into his bases, he was not there to defend. Like he didn't have his like mech army remade yet. Like he lost a bit too much in the previous attack and he was not able to remix as quickly as the Zerg. So in the end it was not enough, but again, this was a great series. Hologos was very close to taking it, but today Samir Duran is the victor. Also, once again, just a reminder, Battle Pants was the person to win the random participant raffle, so if you are in the chat, make sure to join the Macherino page as well. And yeah, this was Duckling Open number 128, the 128th, oh my god, English, edition of our Diamond and Below tournament. This was Duckling Open was actually the first tournament we ever organized. This was how we started our adventure as CranKy Ducklings. The first Duckling Open was actually in 2017, so it's been quite a few years ago. And yeah, it's still going. So if you are of rank of Diamond and below, then make sure to check out the next month's edition. Maybe you can participate as well. And if not, we also have Masters 1 open for the higher rank players. That is up to 4.7k MMR. So, you know, the low Masters players, the mid Masters players, depending on how the MMR flows in each season. But yeah, basically we created Masters 1 open for like the graduates of Duckling Open, to call it that. So they also have something to play in. And again, both of those tournaments are monthly, so they are alternating every 2 weeks. As a result. And if you want to support these tournaments, then make sure to check out the Patreon. Patreon is how we fund these tournaments, both Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, as well as Sparkling Tuna Cup, our open tournament. That one is not restricted to any level. So if you wish to support these tournaments, if you wish to see them continue and maybe even grow in the future, then make sure to check out the Patreon. Otherwise, there's also ways to support us for free, which is follow this channel either on Twitch or on YouTube, as well as follow us on the socials. We do have Twitter/X, we do have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Mastodon, we have Blue Sky. Most importantly, we have Discord, where all the news about CranKy Ducklings are being posted. So if you want to follow us and you want to be kept up to date, then make sure to join either of those, and you will be in the know. Meanwhile, I myself, I am Kur, also known as 16th Squad Sanseki, and I am the co-founder of CranKy Ducklings together with Light. So I'm generally not in front of camera, I'm usually the person behind the scenes, but for these amateur tournaments we switch the roles a bit. Light is the one adminning the tournament while I am the one casting, so every now and then for these amateur tournaments you can see me in this channel. I'm also sometimes casting with Light, especially for the Polish related tournaments, as I myself am Polish. But yeah, other than that, you will usually see me behind the scenes, you will usually see me in the chat, as I will be moderating it most of the time. So yeah, that's how you can find me. You can also follow me on my own channel at Twitch or on YouTube at 16th Squad Sanseki. I'm also on all the socials, on Twitter, I mean technically I am on Instagram, but I don't post there, but on Mastodon or Blue Sky you can find me as well. So yeah, if you want to see what I'm doing in my non-Ducklings time, because, you know, we keep Ducklings all about the tournaments, but you want to see something else, if you want to see me play some other games maybe, we do play, for example, Final Fantasy together with Light, so we do a bit of dual streams. I also play some other games on my own every now and then. So if you are interested in that, then make sure to check out my personal channel. Also, eventually I'm gonna play StarCraft campaign, because I want to play the entire StarCraft campaign at least once. Okay, like from start to finish. So that will be happening eventually. I just don't know when. Yeah, with that, I believe that is all for today's tournament. The next event that we will be covering will be Sparkling Tuna Cup in less than 24 hours. It starts the same time as Duckling Open does. So yeah, if you want to tune in into our weekly open tournament that is not restricted to any region or level, then make sure to tune in for that. You can also participate in as well, because again, since it's open to everyone, everybody can participate. No matter where they are from, no matter if they are a pro or if they are an amateur. We have had gold players participate every now and then. Of course, you know, you have to keep in mind, like, you know your chances, you know your levels, but you can still win the participants raffle, for example. So it's worth it from this perspective, but I think what's more important, and a lot of people don't appreciate that, I would say, is that you get to play with a lot of like different players that you maybe not necessarily are able to compete with on the ladder or like in other environments. So I mean, it's always a chance to play against some interesting people, sometimes the pro players as well, and maybe even get a few tips from them. So yeah, with that said, we will be seeing you for Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow, as well as Tenacious Turtle Tassel later. But for the time being, this will be all. So yeah, take care, and we will see you later. Bye!